Alrighty, let's move on. Welcome back to Trials of Mana, where currently we are about level 30. We need to get to 38 in order to get to the next job class change, and there should be a straw poll around somewhere. Jagabot? Jagabot? Yeah, I don't know how I trigger Jagabot to say this, but this one, if you'd like to vote for which third job classes we're gonna get, feel free to vote there. We need to do a little bit of grinding, but that's just kind of the nature of the game at this point in time. Worth noting, if you don't know what the job classes do, you're absolutely still more than welcome to just vote anyways. Just vote for whatever you think could be fun or neat or interesting or whatever. In fact, maybe it's even more fun if you just vote for something you don't know. Who knows? Anyways, we have Kevin, and he also did get a new weapon because of the nature of things. We want to defeat these, as this translation calls them, boulder enemies. Also vitality for Charlotte for physical tankiness. Last at the enemy because, as usual, more strength. Enemies that are defeated last in an area are the ones that drop the items in chests, and we are looking to get chests from these boulder type enemies. So let's see. Yes, this is basically the screen I think I want to farm, because there's always 3 boulders here. We could throw holy balls with Charlotte and Angela on them, but I'm pretty sure Kevin just punching these is just way faster. That's just basically how much damage Kevin does, and he doesn't even do anything too crazy, it just punches. Alright, Angela, you can get more intelligence in case we use your spells some more, which we might, just for fun. And this is the reason why we are wanting to fight these boulder enemies. We need the question mark seeds for the class change items. We need at minimum 3 of these. I already accidentally used one of these class change items. You can what's the word? You can actually manipulate which items you get for the class change, so you're not really stuck with whatever you get necessarily, but it's a bit of a... I think it's a roundabout way. I'm not entirely sure I fully remember how to do that. Anyways, the plan is for Kevin to get hit by these enemies, that way he enters his enrage status, because when Kevin is a werewolf and gets hit by enemies, he basically gets the attack up buff. It's the same as using Lisa's spell to increase your attack power, or alternatively using a Drake scale to increase attack power. Kevin just gets that for free if he takes any hit at all during combat while he's in werewolf form. This will count. Like, even just throwing a healing item at Kevin counts as well. It's kind of nuts on how convenient it is, especially if you don't yet have access to those. A Luna statue? Really? What's that even do? What could we get rid of for now? We don't need Poi Grass anymore. Like, it will cast, like, the 2nd or 3rd tier Luna spell. I have absolutely no idea what that means. I do have actually a moon coin I need to remember to use, like, once we arrive at the final area. Next up, 777. We have the 7th stream watch streak. Welcome back, Xdev. Thank you, and I hope you're doing well. Hello. Should we just use the Luna statue? I mean, I guess why not? We're probably gonna have Angela use the Luna statue because she, generally speaking, does the most damage. One enemy halves enemy's HP. Right, I guess we already know what it does, so it's half damage. Can you get this in other ways? I assume this doesn't work against bosses, because I think all of these statues you can conceivably get as spells from some specific job classes that you can get to at the end. I assume it doesn't work against bosses. But also, if it doesn't work against bosses, just simultaneously means not terribly useful. Because when would you want to use this against the regular enemies? I guess when you want to know how much HP they have total? I mean, might as well just watch the animation then. Here you go. Papatoro. Yeah, it's the animation where you take half damage. We've seen that one before, used on us a bunch. It's one of the least dangerous things enemies tend to be able to do, just because it's almost half of your current HP, not your maximum HP. Ooh, chest. Stardust Herb, nothing interesting. It also casts a freezing spell that Figment uses. Yes, that would be the one that we... Actually, that was the claw that we had earlier that did that. I think the Ondini statue might do something different. Wait, that guy's not down. If we were to be able to afford weapons for Charlotte and Angela, so they would be able to bonk enemies too, that would actually be kind of nice. Because while they're not nearly as strong as Kevin, at this point I think they would be like competent enough that their current weapons would be able to keep up, I think. For the most part, at least. Look at that big, great rabbit. I think that's adorable. We need more of those. Chest. Stardust Herb. I think we got a weapon and armor seed from one of those great rabbits earlier. I wonder how common that is. Because in Ziggurat of Mana, enemies either drop the common drop or a rare drop. There is nothing in between. However, I believe in this game, enemies can drop more stuff than that, necessarily. Oh, it's a tiny Charlotte now. That's alright. As long as you don't hit Kevin with that, we're fine. Oh, does this actually undo it? No, it doesn't. It specifically sets the mini status. It doesn't toggle it. And level up. Getting quite a bit of levels here, so that's nice. Spirit. Higher healing amounts. Might be reasonable to heal once in a while. And Dragon, BSC, thank you kindly for 13 months of support. That's over a year already. Welcome back, and I'm glad you enjoy your stay. Also, welcome to Uni there. Hope you're having a lovely day. And Kevin levels up. More vitality. Basically, the biggest danger tends to be like enemies that have area of effect attacks that hit you on the physical side. So increasing vitality. I'm actually not convinced it gives you more maximum HP than not having vitality would do, but what I do know is it increases your physical defense. And that's kind of a big reason why you would want to have vitality. Like, I would need to specifically level up the same level with or without the thing. Rust Hurricane. I'm not fighting these guys, it's just... Well, we could, theoretically. Maybe I should. But I would like to procure the question marksies first before we move too far down the road. Maybe I should defeat this guy. I don't think we can hit this guy because he's like on a higher up ledge, but we can probably do something like this. Have Angela just take care of it with ranged attacks. Or spells, really. 300 is pretty good. He does deal pretty substantial damage. With her spells by now. Nice. And she even leveled up for it. Nice. She's already out on vitality, so Spirit for your Dark and Light spells to deal more damage, and also take less damage from Dark and Light spells. Nice. Wait, wasn't I just to the left of here a second ago? Maybe I'm imagining this. Anyways, these guys are what we would like to see. You know, I don't think I ever really walked through the final dungeon with the final job classes because, you know, you just get the necessary level for it at the final dungeon, but leveling here seems to be decently fast. So maybe we can just get to the necessary level before we arrive. Nice. Question mark seed number 2. This may technically already be enough for what we need, depending on which job change Angela's gonna get at the end. But we don't know yet. Tech 1 will always hit. Its attack timer never runs out, unlike regular Fuzil attacks. He looks so angry when a Goomba stomps on you. The main reason I'm still fighting these is because I kind of would like to have more weapon and armor sets too, if we can get those. We already got Kevin's like weapon upgrade. And as you can see, our levels in vitality at this point and armor upgrades mean that we take negligible damage from at least those guys. So I would say the investment so far has paid off. It's still nighttime. Until Kevin no longer transforms, it is still nighttime, even though it's looking to be daytime soon. Body change. Kind of need you to not do that, to be honest. Charlotte, can you help me out here? That is half of our HP gone, as you would expect. Thank you. He might actually lose his werewolf status and buffs. No, he still has everything. Never mind. I was thinking maybe he loses it when he's small, but he does not. Chest? No chest. And it is daytime now, officially. Because Kevin no longer transforms, and these are different enemies that do not spawn during nighttime. Also, if you remember, Kevin barely scratched these guys during daytime before, and now he is pretty comfortable at hitting them decently hard. But also, because we probably have enough money by now, let's go ahead and buy new weapons for Charlotte and the Angela that just walks straight across a building, because she can. So, we can't really afford the high tier weapon for each of these characters, but the low tier weapons really are not much worse. Let's get one for Charlotte first. And we need like 22,000 for Angela. I don't think even with selling the previous set of equipment we can quite afford that yet. It is quite expensive. But this way, Charlotte might actually be able to deal more than 1 damage at a time with her Fuzil attacks now. Let's go back to sleep and wake back up at night. One cycle, 2 question mark seats already acquired, which is pretty nice, I would say. And also 2 levels gained in the process. Technically this level acquisition will slow down a little bit, but actually the leveling curve isn't that harsh in this game. So we will reasonably get to 38 within, well, not too crazy long of a grind. Alright, gonna have Angela once again take care of this guy, and also Charlotte, you can help out too. I wonder whether that's gonna be enough already. I will guess no, but we'll see. Oh, it is. Nice. Oh. Yep, Charlotte is 40 damage now. I believe these guys have inherently relatively low physical defense to begin with. But it's nice to see that she can actually now contribute a bit more damage. Just, and another question mark seeds. Nice, we have 3. We should be guaranteed to get the correct items now. Eventually. But if we just get, the more we get, the better. Because the less we have to worry about. The less we have to worry about, like, resetting spamming, because we don't get the items that we need. And in the middle, another one, nice. Alrighty, that is number 4. I think at this point I will just fight most things, except for those rusty guys. Those rusty guys I'm not gonna bother fighting. Because they are just really annoying with their defense down. Well, actually, not just annoying, but also quite dangerous. Because defense down is a very severe debuff. Right, Charlotte, you got this one. Kevin levels up again. Intelligence to get him elemental defenses against spells. Charlotte also levels up and she gets intelligence for the same reason. Chest? No chest. Angela levels up. Vitality for physical defense. Chest. And another Stardust Herb. Maybe enemies do just drop 2 things in this game, rare and common drops. Alright. I'm just gonna ignore these guarding guys. Let's see what's on the left. Because I don't remember where we go. Okay, we can't get up to the other guys there on the ledge. So we're just gonna ignore them for now. Maybe we do fight them. They don't actually even give us much experience as the other guys. Despite being significantly more dangerous due to the Rust Hurricane. Just dealing so much damage. Well, I guess the Rust Hurricane itself doesn't do much damage, but them reducing our defenses can lead to a lot of damage taken. Hey, Rackadactylus, welcome. Hope you're doing well. This place has 2 boulder type enemies. I wonder how common that is. Oh, and it has 1 guy on the left. Okay, that is a bit less convenient. How's it going? It's going quite alright, no complaining. Just running around, hoping for question mark seats, and also leveling up, because we have to still get 5 more levels to get to 38, so we can actually do the class change. And I figured it would actually be kind of fun to do this before I go into the final dungeon. Not like I exactly know where the final dungeon is right now, but who knows. We'll see. I don't think elemental sabers ever actually do anything for enemies. Because it's not like they inflict status effects with them, like Secret of Mana, or gain slightly more attack power like Secret of Mana. And elemental advantage, well, we don't have an element, to my knowledge, on our characters. Why do I keep going in the right direction now? That seems kinda crazy. There's one more at least. And there's the Rust Hurricane. Kevin's second hit is gonna miss, as usual. Chest. Oh, they also drop question mark seeds. I actually didn't realize that. I just knew the boulder enemies did. Alright, and then we have these guys up there. Actually, so far, every time we've encountered this kind of demon, we just went ahead and nuked them with holy elemental spells. But I really don't think it's gonna be all that necessary. They also, I think they are some of the type of enemies that will counterattack if given the opportunity. Shade statue. Huh. But we didn't let them so far. Of course, these wolves are very dangerous. Because they can attack much quicker than Kevin can by default. But I guess we're also largely fine now with extra levels on proper defenses, so even if they use their big spell, Kevin will guarantee to survive. And we only need one character to survive against them in order to survive their attacks, so we're probably fine. Hello, welcome to Nose Master. Hope you're doing well. I guess I can try to scout out where the entrance is to that final place anyways, because it's not like I remember. Although this looks very final to me. No, that's so mean. Charlotte, I kinda need you to help me here. Of course, this makes me deal basically no damage with my physical attacks, which is kind of inconvenient for somebody like Kevin. I think spell damage would still be the same, so it wouldn't even affect Angela or Charlotte for the most part. Alrighty, level 34 already. Ooh, chest. And another question mark seeds. We're getting lucky in those. The question mark seeds grow into items that you need for class change, but also these class change items you can actually use as an item in order to cast rather powerful spells as well, usually corresponding to whatever class the item would change you into. So you can get really crazy things from those. Although I have to admit, I don't really remember what most of them do anyway, so we just lost our strength bonus because we leveled up in the middle of combat. Angela levels up too, and Spirit. Well, I called it Wisdom until now, but it's called Spirit in this version. Dead end. Strange, I thought the Mirage Palace was this way. What will you do? I will do nothing. Because I didn't realize I was actually straight up walking into the place where I need to be again. Okay, so at least I have an idea on where I need to go now. Well, that's nice. I'm not here for that yet. Well, I think there's a battle before we actually get into Mirage Palace, if I'm not mistaken. Chest. And honey drink. I think that was from the Great Rabbit again. Maybe I'm misremembering. Maybe I didn't get the item from a Great Rabbit. The armor and weapon suit. And watch reach. Thank you. Glad you enjoy your stay around here. This actually seems like a really good room to just repeatedly clear out, if you ask me. Let's see, is there a quick pass through the other area? Not really. Also, I think it's just during daytime after we enter the screen, because we still have nighttime enemies. But Kevin is no longer transforming. It's actually just a little circle. It is. Yeah, maybe we can just walk in circles here. I believe the wolves will drop the armored weapon seats. Defense down. And we're actually gonna use one of these Stardust orbs to remove the defense down debuff. I think the insects can do defense down on us. Which, if you have a wolf on screen, that is extremely dangerous. We did just recently save, I guess. At least I think I saved. You see how much damage Angela took just from a regular punch there? This thing is dangerous. Uh-oh. Okay, energy bar is fine. If you just use Serio Death Fist, I'm pretty sure Angela and Charlotte would be taking a nap now. Cozy stream as always. Thank you. Alright, so actually we can do a little circle here. There's even a mana statue nearby. I think the demons drop armor weapon seats. Ah, but you clowns are annoying. Okay, there's another one down there. Let's hope that knocks him out, because otherwise he will counter. Alright, he did knock him out. This has to be the most irritating enemy to fight, to be honest. Let's have Angela and Charlotte just nuke this guy. Wait, doesn't Angela have Saint Beam? We could use Saint Beam, I think. This will probably one-shot them. So maybe that is the way to go. And more werewolves alongside the bugs. Defense power down. Yikes. I don't even know who got the defense tower down. Energy ball? Alright. I'm just removing defense tower down, guaranteed from Kevin. He will survive Death Fist. Okay, that guy's dead. I'm curious if these guys can also drop, like, the armored weapon seats, but I guess I'm not gonna find out right now. Rust. Defense power down. And of course the game didn't allow me to open up my menu. You might think I'm overly cautious dealing with these guys the way I do, but I think most people who have played this game probably experienced those wolves, or ninjas, if not wolves, kind of being rather rude. Oh, there's a weapon seat from the wolf, so they can drop them. Probably one of the more dangerous ways of getting that. We're not gonna use this until we class change, because if I use it now, armor and weapons for the current classes. But if I wait until we class change, we get for the next job. Which means we actually get higher level equipment items. You know, these rust guys are pretty annoying. I think I actually kind of prefer the eggplant men, just because they're not enabling other enemies to be as dangerous as these ones. 26 on Kevin, I think that's normal. I didn't see a defense down this side. Oh. Alright, energy ball. I don't know what determines which ability he uses, but I'm not complaining if he just uses the thing that is not all that dangerous. I think the description of energy ball is it increases your crit rate if you have it like as a spell that you can select yourself. But again, crits do not exist in this game. They're just straight up absent. Alright, we're gonna have Charlotte and Angela just nuke one evil shaman. Oh, I accidentally targeted the Elastic Demon there. Wait, you can use the seeds in your inventory? Charlotte, what are you doing? You already casted your spell, didn't you? I'm crazy. Maybe I'm crazy. Oh no, she didn't cast a spell yet. I guess maybe the heal light is what made me think that part. Anyways, I think the demon is gonna counterattack in a second here, because I just casted spells on him. Yep, Dark Force, nothing too bad. Like we reasonably survive his attacks or his counters. They are strong, but not as deadly as the wolves. You can use them to heal everybody 50 HP. Oh, that's interesting. Thank you for the information, Realdex. So I definitely won't want to use them. So I probably should remove them from my inventory so I don't accidentally use them. Or well, remove them from my ring menu. Let's put something else here, like... the Shade Statue. Curious what that even does. We can use it on like a pop-up pot or something like that. And again, we can also just read the description on what it does. If you don't like the Dark Priest, they heal way too often, welcome to the club. I believe this is one of the decent ways of dealing with them, is just casting holy spells on them, like twice in a row before they can react in between. Then you want to open the menu before he opens up, or like this guy is dead. He's still technically casting a spell, but the game needs to catch up on the fact that he is dead. So opening up the menu makes the game like properly do calculations. Okay, this guy does that, so interrupt his spellcast and then kill him. That's basically... except this guy got his spell off before Angela casted hers. How inconvenient. Right. So this guy would be dead. Except that he will cast a Holy Light unless I get to open the menu beforehand. Okay, now he should be dead bad. Because that, again, opening the menu gives the game enough time to do all the calculations and figure out what is supposed to happen, since it kind of consistently lags behind on that side. Nice, another question mark seeds. The demons drop those too. Very handy. So we definitely should have enough now of those. So, we're just looking for hopefully weapon seats and such. I guess Tech 2 and Tech 3 is a good way of dealing with the Dark Priest as well, because similar to spells, it will just interrupt whatever they're doing. Kevin should survive. Okay, it's just Wolf Devil again. Alright, it's just Energy Ball again. Maybe Wolf Devil doesn't have Serio Death Fist. Maybe they don't do that until they like upgrade their power through Energy Ball. Quote unquote upgraded. Again, the thing doesn't actually do anything. I'm fine with you poisoning me, just don't reduce my defenses. Like you just did. Hello? I was mashing the menu button. Oh no, Kevin used that by accident. It's not gonna deal nearly as much damage as it could. 290 is still pretty solid damage actually. Just let's see, what do we get from this guy? Chocolate. Yeah, I will guess that he doesn't really have any interesting drops. I mean, could have. Possibly. It looks like we have to go through the jungle again. The second time is not quite as impressive that I just took every correct turn, because I kind of sort of remembered from yesterday, I guess. But I was still guessing in some of the turns because I don't exactly remember. No, I'm just gonna hold down the A button and let the AI do its thing. Actually, no, we use special attacks. Hello, Kevin. He was standing on the stairs there and it wasn't considered in combat anymore because he was like on a different height level plane. So I couldn't attack, and I was just standing there doing nothing. In Secret of Mana, certain enemies can only heal like once or twice, maybe 3 times, and then they're out of MP. And I wish the same was true for these guys. Then you would know at least that at some point they stop healing themselves. Alright. Let's just do this. Oh, again, I should actually try out whether the laser might just knock out these guys for good. Possibly could. This spell magic. Fine. Wait, you used it. Dude. I bet you were dead, technically. But then he just healed himself anyways. Because he can. To be fair, I don't actually know whether that's true or not. Alright, let's have King Angela cast. Then Charlotte afterwards. Saint Beam. How much damage is it? 538. I think they have a bit more HP than that, so it's not a one-shot. The Holy Ball would probably still be a better choice here. In most cases. Alright. Eventually we defeat this guy, and eventually we can move on. Let's heal up. Alright, I'm just gonna leave. He says, thinking there was an exit to the right here. Well, there is not. Oopsie. That's the wrong guy. Okay, he healed the other guy. Good. Again, if he just healed himself, he would just basically revive himself functionally. So mean. No chest. Also, it's about to get dark again. Maybe we could just stay out here. Like, my plan was to run back to sleep, so it becomes... nighttime again, so Kevin can absolutely murder these fools. But at this point I might as well just wait, I guess. Right. See, he just revived himself again. Or maybe he didn't. Wait, do the same rules? Okay, he didn't revive himself. That's interesting, because the same rules apply to the player character. If you heal yourself, most of the time you do not get actually to heal yourself from 0 HP. But if somebody else heals you, then you do. And that guy just ignores all the rules anyways. And the right should be dead. And this time I'm gonna open up the menu to convince the game of that fact. As soon as the Saint Beam goes through. Spamming the menu button now. And there we go. Now the game can catch up on the calculations, recognize this guy's dead. Okay, he still gets his Dispel Magic spell through. There we go. What a nuisance. Let's actually see. I don't think one Saint Beam is good enough to knock it up, but who knows? Yeah, I don't think so. I'm just gonna leave you to it, buddy. This guy just bonked me back onto the staircase and I was out of combat again, so I still couldn't attack. Alrighty, welcome to Kevin actually can punish properly again. And no more Dark Priest healing during daytime. Excellent news. I was trying to run, so I'm holding the B button, but I was in combat briefly for some reason, so that's alright. Anyways, Kevin leveled up to level 36, which actually I think means Charlotte also levels up to 36 right here too. Ooh, chest. Or she doesn't. Why does she get less experience? Did she die? Flying item seed. I think this is specifically for literally items that you can, like throwing items you can use from your inventory. Which is not nearly as interesting, because I think most of them are not that great. Since you can just buy them in the black market. Most of them. There's probably a few you can't. I say probably because I don't actually know. Alright, Charlotte levels up. Okay. She cannot level any of these stats, So I guess we give her strength, so she might bonk the enemies with her flail slightly more. Chest, and Angela levels up too. Same with Angela. Luck and agility functionally do nothing for us. But them actually bonking the enemies with her staff might. Although I haven't seen Charlotte's damage in a while. It's 1. Didn't you do 40 damage at some point, Charlotte? Am I crazy? Why do you suddenly do less damage? Huh. Alright, let's knock out the Rusties. Can you imagine Rust Hurricane might have a chance to permanently break your armor because it rusts your equipment? That would be making these guys even more obnoxious. To be fair, them just casting Rust Hurricane at least makes it obvious that your defense has been lowered. Unlike the little, like, bee wasp thingies that just have, like, the little text box flash with a very not particularly obvious animation that they are reducing your defenses. Question mark seeds. Yeah, I guess the other characters don't take damage from this because Kevin was the only one present. Let's see, I know to the right is where we go. Okay, so it immediately tells you this is the wrong way. But I guess if we just want to fight things, this might just be fine. Alright, we probably want to heal. Thanks, Charlotte. Having her as a healing bot is so nice. Just makes it so much more convenient. Because alternatively we would need to be next to the healing statue and just run in circles there. Huh. I guess you need to do the entire sequence correctly, otherwise you'd never arrive at the correct location. Chest. And we get medical herbs. Or pui pui grass. Pui pui? Pui? Like P-U-I, just kind of makes my brain thinks that it's French. It's pui pui. I don't even remember whether that's even a word. You think Charlotte and Kevin endgame is the easiest one? In terms of characters? Yeah, I think that's a fair assessment. Kevin in general is just insanely strong. The other characters that we don't have in our team, Lise, Hawk, and Duran, they deal like adequate damage. It's just not as absurdly strong as Kevin tends to be. Oh, you mean location? The jungle? Genuinely, I have no idea. Like, it seems much friendlier with many less ninjas that just one-shot your entire party as soon as you enter the screen. So, I do distinctly remember that being a problem with the Dragon Emperor route as well. So, yeah, I think just purely based on enemies don't immediately murder you as soon as you enter the screen, I think that's probably a fair way to think about it, at least at a first glance. Ow. That guy would have dealt way more damage if our defense was lowered again. Or already, before he attacked. Chest. I'm kind of trying to get one of these other effects from the traps, like the Reaper, etc. I think it would be funny. I'm not in combat, so I can't attack up there. Okay. Like, I bet I could have hit them, but because I wasn't in combat, I couldn't. But they do drop a weapon armor seed, so I guess it must just be the rare drop then. No ninjas and no knights deal 700 damage to your entire party when you feel like it. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, wolves do have the same properties. But it feels like knights are much more likely to do that, because they don't, like, buff themselves first. The wolves have a high chance of just buffing themselves, it seems, before unleashing the Stereo Death Fist. And as opposed to ninjas, who just immediately right off the bat open up with their multi-slice attack, and then can just continue to use it if they feel like it. It's a lot friendlier, I agree. Huge, huge. I love that animation, it's so good. Level 37. One more and then we're done. At this point it largely doesn't matter anymore what points I put into which stats. Mainly because once we change the next job class anyways, we're going to have our stats set to a certain value. And those values are always basically at the minimum equal to the maximum possible stats you can have with the previous classes. Can sometimes be more. Strength for you, Angela. But at minimum, it's the maximum. Right, let's see. Okay, we're approximately going third back in the ring. Also, nice seed. Good job, Angela. Strength. Harder than Dragon, but easier than Koran. I don't remember much about the Koran boss fight, to be completely frank with you. I think I mostly remember it being annoying. But beyond that, I have little memory of how that one works. Do I character swap for chests? Not normally. In this case, Angela just happened to be closer to the chest than the other characters. So I just held L in order to switch to Angela to open up the chest. Like sometimes I also just do it for fun, for style points. Just because I feel like some characters might want to open some chests too sometimes, just for flavor. Like there's no reason why you open the chest with one character or another. Well, technically there can be, because luck influences how many OKs you get, so if you're especially afraid of traps, pick the character with the highest luck stat to open up the chest, I guess. That way you have less possibilities of getting the bad outcomes. It's one of the very few things luck actually does in this game. I actually don't know if it does anything else. This might be the only thing like this. You believe Hawk has a unique property of not having trap chests guaranteed even without luck. Really? I actually was not aware of that. That sounds very plausible. If nothing else, he does have the highest agility and luck stats, so agility influences how quickly the trap ring spins, and luck influences on how many OKs you have, without influence or getting any traps. But simultaneously, getting traps is also kind of fun. At least the ones that have like the ogre boxes, etc. I think these actually, the metal ogre chests, can be pretty devastating though, so maybe I don't want those. Again, I thought Charlotte was actually dealing more than 1 damage, but that appears to be not the case currently. Huh, chest. Nice. We have definitely enough question mark seeds that we probably don't even have to do any manipulation for it. I'm still gonna save before using them. But we also need to figure out which one of the items we need beforehand anyways. Also, I would like to point out, we're almost at level 38, the level we wanted to get to. And we have just barely enough money to buy one more weapon for one of the other characters, at least a higher tier weapon. You don't get money particularly fast in the late game. Well, at least not around the area here. Maybe if you just went deeper into the final dungeon, you might get more, I guess. Then again, the biggest advancement in power tends to come from your weapon and armor seats at that stage. Also, in this case, I actually prefer getting weapon armor seats, so I kind of want to knock out the machine guy first. This guy's probably dead. Half vanish. How inconvenient, but well, it increases my damage. Oh, it didn't increase my damage. Kevin still does the same. That's weird. Is it because I was in the middle of a Tech 1 move? Hello, welcome to X-Goats. Hope you're doing well. Pink. Flying item seed. Not what we're looking for, but that's alright. Rust Hurricane, I'm pretty sure triggers Kevin's Enrage. Yeah. Actually, a random question. Is there a translated version of the original Trials of Mana booklet manual thingy anywhere? Because I would actually be kind of curious to check that out, because I wonder how much information is there for various, like, stats and techniques and such for this game. That would be interesting. I mostly wonder whether it described something along the lines of how Kevin gets angry when he gets hit in his werewolf form, or whether that's just something you are supposed to either figure out or just passively benefit from. Wish it was true. Or Hawk. Oh, I see, yes. It could be like a specific chop class, maybe, that has that kind of property. Anyways, there's still benefit to opening the chest with Hawk, if you really want to avoid traps. Maybe high agility, low luck stat in order to specifically get the ogre boxes would be fun. Charlotte, open it. Flying item seed. That's alright. Not what we're looking for, but it's alright. Again, I should go and hit the eye on the backside first. I'm so surprised that they still deal minimum damage. His default luck is pretty high. Yeah. Doesn't Hawk also use luck as one of his spellcasting stats? I think he might. I know he uses agility. And I believe at least the ninja jutsus should be based on intelligence, if I'm not mistaken. I don't know if he ever uses luck for anything, but it would kind of make thematic sense at least. Wasn't there an ability that he had in one of the job classes called Lucky Dice or something? Maybe I'm making that one up. Not intentionally though. Anyways, I heard a thing. Let me check the thing. Oh, TheOnlyKyo, thank you kindly for the $5 donation. As a reminder, you can put this towards... Also, I updated the donation bar, thank you. As a reminder, you can put this towards voting for a game of your choice if you'd like to. If not, that's alright as well. The games of your choice are being played. Well, that sounds quite lovely. Oh, and we're level 38 with Kevin. Now we just need the other two to follow suit. It's like 2 or 3 more enemies, and then we have arrived. Last call for people to vote on which job classes they would like to see. I just posted a straw poll in chat. You don't have to chat anything, you can just click the link and vote for what you'd like to see. As a reminder, we're not picking necessarily the highest voted class. We are just going to randomly roll whichever one, well, we're gonna roll at the end. We're basically gonna put this on a big wheel and then we're just gonna spin and see which one gets picked. But the ones with more votes have obviously a higher probability of being the ones we pick. Right, Charlotte is there too. 1 more strength point for you. And Angela is there as well. Alrighty. As soon as I get to the inn and sleep and save, we're going to finish the straw poll for today. I think I have to go through this place here. There's a website that has the information. You think that one of his traps uses luck? I see. Alrighty. Sleep, save, and then let's see what we get. It couldn't be God Hand anyways. Dark Heaven is Death Hand. Really? Did I goof that? Shuriken. At least this one is different. There we go. Bottle of salt. Alrighty. I took a bit, but who knew that a basic cooking thing would be so difficult for us to acquire? Nice. I think the flying seed idea had some merit there, just using it in the middle or something. Alrighty, let's go Flammy. Can I just point out on how fluffy Flammy looks in this game? It looks very cuddly. Actually, we need to select the item in order to chop change, don't we? So I think I have to actually dig them out of storage. Alright, we need... we need a demon wolf soul, probably. Because the death wolf soul should probably be for... death wolf. Yeah, death hand is death wolf. Just double checking. Then we need the Book of Secrets, which we already have in the inventory, convenient, and the salt. Where is the salt? It's probably ordered by Japanese characters, the inventory, the storage here, but because we're not using Japanese characters, kind of just random order for us. I suppose. Because it's not ordered by latest acquired. We know that for sure. Alrighty, saving just in case I goof. Alrighty, Charlotte. Let's go. Let's do it. Try the last change now. Close your eyes and concentrate. Concentrate harder. Screen shake harder. You'll need a special item to break the seal. Do you have it? What will you do? We do have it. We need the bottle of salt to become a sage. You know, occasionally when playing video games, you do get a little bit salty, so arguably, all of us are sages. Charlotte transformed from a priestess into a sage. Well, maybe some of us are not. I'm not excluded from getting salty camp sometimes. I like to think it's a bit less, but I'm definitely not excluded from that. Anyways, do you have the item? What will you do? We need the Book of Secrets. The rest are honorary sages. Indeed. And Angela. Transformed from a sorceress into an archmage. We will of course have to check out the Tech 3 abilities. Even if I don't use them much at all, we still kinda need to just at least see them at least once, maybe more. Try the class change now. Close your eyes and concentrate. Alright, and to everybody's dismay, we're going to use the item. Well, not everybody, but like 60% of the people's dismay. We're going to use... Oh, actually didn't use up the items, we still have these. Interesting. The Demon Wolf Soul for Kevin. Kevin transformed from Bashkar into a dervish. Honestly, dervish is what I would have voted for, but I didn't vote. Because I just love the... I don't know why, but dervish sounds like such a fun name for a concept or a character. What is a dervish IRL? Like, where does that word even come from? I have no idea. I just know that the word sounds fun. So... yeah, anyways... If you haven't seen the sprites of our characters, here they are. Kevin just ready to, I don't know, shoulder tackle somebody. Angela flying away on her broom or something like that. And Charlotte, I have no idea what kind of triangle that is in the middle. Probably like a like an eating thingy. What do you call that? You know, little toddlers have those little cloth pieces below their necks, so when they're eating something, it doesn't get slathered all over the place or their clothes. A bib, there we go, that one. At least that's my headcanon. It's a bib. A dervish is kind of like a monk. I see. Alrighty, and then we also get to use our armor and weapon seats, because now we should get armor and weapons from the current classes. It's not guaranteed that we get anything useful, but hey, maybe if we get like a funky flail, Charlotte will be able to bonk enemies for more than 1 damage. Or maybe not, who knows. You only know of the whirling dervish dance? Yes, I think that's kind of where my mind goes to. Again, I don't know why, but I just really think it's a fun word, which is a really weird thing, I suppose. Oh, hi! Alright, thank you. Thank you kindly for a crazy long time of support. Welcome back for 118 months. That's nuts. Welcome back. I'm glad you enjoy your stay. I hope you're doing well. Thank you kindly. Alright, before I do anything else, let's have Angela use these items. Let's see, Book of Secrets, Archmage! Exclamation mark, exclamation mark. Oh, it actually even says so in the item description what job class you're gonna turn it to. I actually forgot about that too. Anyways, use it on an enemy. What does it do? It costs, I think this is Exploder. Yeah, thank you so much, Alraid. It's a crazy long time. I hope you're doing well. Let's use a Demon Wolf Soul for all allies. What's it do? Oh, it gives us Moon Saber. That would have arguably been useful if I didn't use that up, huh? Anyways, Bottle of Salt, all allies. I actually know what that one does. Because what do you do with smelling salts? You remove negative status effects. I bet this is multi-target, like, status removal. Oh, it is. This is literally just Tinkle Rain. Or at least that's what the ability is called here, on everybody. Alrighty. Let's go and save before I do anything else. And get the item. Oh, Charlotte actually deals damage. Look at this. She deals 64 damage now. Per attack. That's crazy. She doesn't deal 1 damage anymore. I'm so used to her not even getting damage, so seeing her actually deal some damage is fascinating. Maybe I should do a challenge run of this game sometime. We need to have Charlotte, Angela, and one other character in our party, and we're only allowed to use physical attacks with Charlotte and Angela, and not upgrade whoever third character's weapons we have. Like, the third character is just exclusively for support, I suppose. I did not actually want to sleep because now it's gonna be daytime. Oh well, it doesn't really matter. Trying to see if your game, yes please. Alrighty, let's use our weapon and armor seats. Also flying item seats, just because why not? We get a shuriken and a pumpkin. And they're actually even in our inventory, technically ready for use right now. Can I get another Demon Wolf? So this one was Moon Saber for everybody, right? I mean, it could technically be useful against the next boss. Another wait, a Bottle of Ashes? That is definitely a Charlotte transformation item, but not for her current available jobs. Well, I guess there's no more available jobs, huh? A moonflower. What the heck is a moonflower? We get a ruby band. Oh, accessories, right. My brain was just like, oh, it's just gonna be armor or weapons. But it's also accessories and helmets, probably. A sage's robe. Well, guess no points for guessing who gets that one. Actually, my brain went immediately, well, that looked like an armor for mage class, so maybe this is actually for angel, despite being called sage robe, which would be amusing. Anyways, we have a ruby band. Oh, you can't equip that. Oh, I remember now. Remember the other thing I got and I thought, oh, I can't equip that because it's a next top level thing. No, I'm wrong. These items are for the other characters. Alright, Sage Robe is for Charlotte, so she gets that one. But these items are for the other characters. It's just all piled into this one character I used the items or like the item seeds with. And we're supposed to exchange it between the characters for their items. Ah, that's so awkward. Let's see. Like, we have the Mananan robe. Wait, no, not the Manan. Which item did we have? You have a headband? No, wrong thing. We have the Dream Devil coat. So we get the Sage Robe and the Moonflower. Okay, Moonflower is not for Kevin, although that would be kind of fitting. So I guess we have to figure out who gets these items. Alright, we exchange equipment for armor. Exchange for Angela. Give the Mananan robe to Charlotte. See if that was for her. And Dream Devil coat. You get this one. Then we check out the ruby band, which may be for Angela. Then we exchange the Moonflower, probably for Charlotte, but I don't know. Let's see. Like, it's so awkward to have like individual character inventories for items. It feels so entirely unnecessary and just complicates things for no reason. Like, I cannot think of a single good reason as to why individual character inventories exist in this game. Alrighty, you don't have anything. You have the Mananan rope. Okay, the Mananan rope is not for you. Huh. So it must be for Angela. Which actually is oddly convenient. Moonflower is for you. Okay, so you have 5 more defense and 2 more magic defense. Hooray. Ruby Band is not for Angela, so I guess it's for Kevin then. Dream Devil Coat is for Angela, so we could have equipped that one probably quite a while ago. Just didn't realize it. The inventory is better in Secret of Mana? Absolutely. Like, again, there's no reason to have separate inventory for the individual characters, I don't think. Like, this feels basically like... how to put it? This just doesn't feel like a clever design decision at all. But it's probably what they initially started with, and then later in development it's much more difficult to then subsequently change it up. Anyways, armor exchange. So Mananan robe is, I guess, for Kevin. Then we do have the ruby band, probably also for Kevin. And the ring, we do have the Moonflower equipped now. Alright, Kevin. No, it's not for you. Who is it for then? Alright, you at least get the ruby band. Am I crazy? Was this thing for another character? Or did I accidentally give it back and forth? I probably accidentally gave it back and forth, didn't I? Armor. Change. Mana non-rope. Okay, yeah, I accidentally gave it back and forth. Wait, I guess that's an old armor? Anyways. Now that these mysteries are solved, let us go and finally spank, as Charlotte would call it, spank the Death Chester's butt, just so we can get Heath back. And heal Grandpa. And so many other things. Was it maybe for co-op reasons, or the ghost ship? I mean, even if it was for co-op reasons, only one person can access the menu at a time anyways. I don't know. Although I guess I could go and... Hold up, before I go. Let's go and buy Angel a new weapon, because we can. Here, Angela. Buy. And... might as well just buy the expensive ones, right? We have 114 monies remaining. To be fair, we could sell a bunch of things if we really need to, in order to get more money, but again, I don't think we need more money at this point. So her Ruby Cane has served her... Well, actually, it didn't really do much for the most part. I don't think it really helped her really much. But now, Angela can probably just bonk enemies with her stick much more effectively now. Yep, 53 damage. And... you think maybe someone just had the Dragon Quest brain and thought, of course, the characters need separate inventories? I think this game was developed before Square Enix merged, wasn't it? But it is easy to guess that it was basically like using... Alrighty. Angela goes... single target for 400 damage with her stick. I don't think I've ever seen that animation. Maybe I have. Square Enix became a thing in 2000 or 2001. Right. Which is after this game was released. But it's actually easy to assume that it basically originally started with like the game engine taken from another game that had already separated inventories, and they just adopted the game engine, right? Because it is a very late Super Nintendo game. Right. Let's see. Charlotte, show us. Single target. Okay. For the most part, the only really useful tech abilities tend to be the ones that have like multi-target physical attacks, and it looks like we didn't get lucky on any of them. I say lucky because to me it's basically random on who gets which one. But the most useful ones of these tech abilities tend to be the ones that just hit all enemies, because you would think that the tech abilities that hit all enemies deal less damage, but they really don't. They deal about the same damage, relatively speaking. Okay, let's try to go through this dungeon. Correct, then we go up. This was also correct. Alright, now to the awkward attempt at me getting Kevin to Tech 3, so we can see his attack. Right. Suzaku's Guidance. Oh, he gets one of the cool ones. This definitely hits all enemies. I love that animation, it's so good. I don't know why, but just kind of like the split through the screen, through the middle, shifting right, and the top part shifting left. It's so good. I went the wrong way. That's kind of funny. Because all this time I went the correct way each time, but now that I'm trying to go places, I'm actually going the wrong way. They wanted to flex with this effect and made 2 techs with screen split. Maybe. Alright, we need to enter from the top here in order to begin properly. Oh, I guess this always has this one. Anyways, we go right, then we go up, then we go through this screen. I'm actually just gonna control Charlotte here and let Kevin do Kevin things while I walk through here. Then we go down. There's one that fades to white and one that fades to black. Yes, that sounds about right. Right, I went the correct way. Great success. Half damage to Kevin. I think it's up here. It might be to the left. No, it's here. This is where we need to go. Ah, this is not it. I think we go left here, though. Maybe. Oh, I also need to go and grab the illusion mirror out of my inventory. So I'm pretty sure we need that. I think Charlotte's spellcasting is much faster than it was before. That's interesting. Oh, also, do I need to level a specific stat for Charlotte to get a new spell? Also, the same question goes to Angel, I suppose. Because there are, like, new spells we can learn. And I don't really know what they are. But I'm curious whether I need to level a specific stat in order to access those. Because at least for, I think, Reese, you need to level, like, Spirit, I think. You always use the storage screen to swap between characters. You never knew you could exchange directly in the status screen. Oh. I didn't actually know really about the storage thing being an option at all until, well, yesterday. When I learned about that option. It's quite interesting to think about. Wait, when did you use that tech, Kevin? You're not allowed to use that one. Well, it's more like you're specifically supposed to use the tech 3 move, Kevin. Alrighty. What will you do? We use the illusion mirror.
Smashing! I hardly thought you could find your way. I see I was mistaken. Well, this is most exhilarating. The masked mage is about to absorb the god beast's power. What manner of monster will he become? Nobody knows. I tingle in anticipation. Sadly, you three won't be around to see it, for it is time. I shall now devour your souls.
We're trapped. The funny thing is, we're not trapped here with you, buddy. You're trapped here with us. I'm gonna use this in the final fight. Alright, pumpkins! Here you go. Did that just miss? No, I think it was Angel against with her attack. That's a lot of damage. She's hopping around like a kangaroo. And to be fair, he also is dealing a good chunk of damage. These guys are annoying. Right, Angela, unleash your full power. You hit one. Oh, no damage. Oh, it didn't even use her upper attack. Wait, are you just gonna keep doing that, Angela? Are you just gonna keep doing that? I feel like, yep. Because this is technically an illusion. It doesn't use up her tech, but it just keeps using. Stop! Stop, you clown. Let's see if we hit the correct target this time. Nope, that was the wrong one. Well, if you would like to see her special technique, you will have plenty of opportunities here, I suppose. Because I cannot actually change the settings to not use that anymore during combat. I guess what I can try is... Okay, so you hit the correct one for once. Let's try and go and hit the correct one. Oh no, Kevin is also using single target. Kevin, why? You're supposed to use the Seiryu. Moon Fist or whatever it's called. Oh no. I didn't account for that at all. You know, 300 damage. Let's have Kevin try to hit the correct guy. What's that? Silence. Oh. Oh, that's very inconvenient, actually. Oh well. It'll be fine. I don't think silence ever wears off in this game. I probably should at least heal up one character a decent amount. But hey, we have water oil for a reason, I suppose. What? That didn't heal? Can you not use Poto Oil when you're silenced? Is that a thing? I know it is functionally the exact same as using the healing spell on characters, because it is also scaling with Spirit. I didn't realize that you could not use Poto Oil when you're silenced. You died before it healed. Oh, I guess that would make more sense. That actually does make more sense. That would... I was very surprised that this would work that way. So I guess it doesn't. I'm just a goober. Come on. Come on, guys. Hit the correct guy. The one in the middle. Kevin. Kevin! Move! I'm trying to take control of Kevin, but the game doesn't let me. Alright, I think we got this, probably. That's nice, though. On Kevin, I think that snowmans him? It does. It's a lot of damage, too. Yeah, she definitely casts heal light much faster than she did before. It's actually kinda neat. Kevin is no longer snowman. Why am I Charlotte? I press select. Right, select again. One of them is real. Don't know which one. I hit him twice pretty hard now. Man, who would have thought that kangaroos would be the next big boss enemy that we need to fight here? I wonder if Kevin still has his attack power. Oh, he transforms back into werewolf. Why? I'm not complaining, just confused. I hope you hit the correct one. You did! Nice, good job. Who would have thought kangaroos are the most annoying enemy in this game? I guess, kind of historically, jumping enemies have been the most annoying in all of these games, huh? But then again, in Secret of Mana you can generally still target them even if they're jumping off screen. Uh-oh. I think this is the correct target. It is. Nice. Good job, Angela. We're eventually gonna punch him into submission. Oh, somebody dies. This is roulette. It will kill the character it targets. 999 damage. And Charlotte died before she gets the spell off. Wow, really got knocked unconscious. Because the item description says that. Oh, there we go. Hi! 8,310 experience. I actually didn't know he gave that much experience. Hey, till next time. Till next time, path open up. Alright, I will say, I feel like this guy is much more difficult than Jagan. But I also know how to handle Jagan. So maybe that doesn't really count. Welcome to the Mirage Palace. Visually, this is one of the most striking areas in my personal opinion. It's such a fascinating location. And these dragon zombies just like to poison you with their regular punches. Then we also have these guys, which... You know, if you're healing a zombie, I feel like you should deal damage, dude. Just say. Death Chester just woke up one morning and chose violence. He would argue that violence chose him. It's just the cruel twist of fate. Methane breath. How unpleasant. Man, these things are sturdy. Hey, Rotor Storm, welcome. Hope you're doing well. We get extra strength. Does Kevin actually get any spells? Let me actually see real quick. Dervish. Let's see. The only spell this class gets is Moonsaber, but with Kevin's high attack power and the ever-useful double swing, he tends to be able to restore his HP to full. Oh, he gets Moonsaber. What does Moonsaber have for requirements? Does he need to level spirits in order to get Moonsaber? Then again, I think Moonsaber has by itself a low requirement, so maybe he just learns it. Yeah, he just learns Moonsaber. How very convenient. Yeah, nice. Welcome home. Also, welcome to Mirage Palace. Holy City Bundle. What? Yes, that is the appropriate reaction, Kevin.
Hello. Oh good, you're all safe. I'll still have the pleasure of killing you myself.
Wow. So rude. Hey, leaf swords. These will deal MP damage. Do it. It's for attack 3 ability, it looks so much less fascinating than all the others. Let's actually just boost strength for everybody. We learned Holy Ball, specifically multi-target Holy Ball, because until now we couldn't multi-target that. And Angela learns... Okay, I didn't actually realize that, but Angela is gonna get all of her... like, level 2 spells now multi-targeted. Yeah. I love the animation of this. Hee hee hee. Oh. Oh well. Don't need the chest, I guess. I actually speedrun the HD version a while back, but you nearly got 5 hours of getting Dragon Lord arc done, burned you out, but it was worth it. Yeah, Dragon Lord is a fun fight, if I remember correctly in the remake. Look, we now have one bubbling. I believe we have to do something in each one of the directions in order to continue. Suzaku's guidance. Bonk. Good job, Kevin. We can just walk across. Actually, can we continue walking here? No. So I guess we have to probably just clear out rooms on each of the directions. Bubbles. I might disable Angela's. The lag is real. I think I'm gonna disable Angela's special technique at the next opportunity. Maybe I shouldn't. Actually, speaking of Angel, let's actually see what it looks like if you go and multi-target Saint Beam. Oh, it's just... We already defeated 2, never mind. We're gonna do this after. The rod has 5 bosses to deal with: Dark Knight, the first 3 bosses from Orient, then Crimson Wizard / Turk. Yes. I think all of them have like the same kind of setup, don't they? Anyways, Angela, multi-target Saint Beam, because I'm curious how that looks. Oh, this is multi-target Saint Beam? I actually didn't realize that. It's good damage too. Egg? Power up? Oh, I just realized this is a bee lady. We're in danger. We're in danger, guys. This bee lady could absolutely murder us. She increases her magic, power and defense. That's fine, as long as you're not using the other ability. Alrighty. More enemies, oh boy. It's like a Silver Knight guy. It is Silver Knight. I think... I'm just checking, but I'm pretty sure this is not gonna deal as much damage to these guys, because I think they're reasonably resilient. Also, I heard the ding. I'm gonna get... Oh yeah, they actually get healed from that. They don't just take less damage, they actually get healed from holy damage. Which also means the opposite should work well. Oh wow. John Ozer, thank you. Thank you kindly for... Uh-oh. Okay, single target. I have never seen that before. I have never ever seen that attack before. But it's single target, so we're fine. John Ozer, thank you so much for the $50 donation. That's really kind of you. I really appreciate it. Thank you kindly. Let me add that to the total. Plus 50. Thank you very much. Hakun Dragon. Go Kevin. No, not this one. This is not nearly as cool as the other. And it's single target. I didn't actually realize that he randomly picks single target or multi-target in this form. Well, I assume it's random. Also, Ninja Masters, these guys are the ones that can just multi-target your group down really fast. This guy was friendly and didn't immediately use his ninja slice. Maybe it's different ninjas. I don't know. At least I assumed these were Ninja Masters that would do that. Let's try and hit that Ninja Master here. Yeah, got him. Let's see if he counterattacks. He doesn't, he's dead. And also, John also says, happy 10 years. Thank you kindly. Alrighty, one more side complete. It looked like an Inzuna drop. I have to admit I don't really know what that is. Boom, boom, boom. Nice, Charlotte just finished that guy off. So 1 of the 8 directions done, well 2 really, because the other one we came from. I'm gonna ignore you if you let me just walk past. I feel like this might be the most combat heavy of the roads compared to the others. The others, you basically are just like a combat gauntlet. Oh, and bosses. This is how you bosses in this one. Alright, Kevin. Kevin? Stop punching, you need to cast a spell. Let's have you cast Moon Saber on yourself. That way he's gonna just continuously heal himself. Assuming these enemies are not immune to Moon Saber. It's that reverse pile driver move ninjas use. Alrighty. Interesting. Thank you for the clarification. Only they do it in the air. I mean, functionally Kevin is throwing enemies up into the air before he does his like single target attack. So that seems to check out. Correct target, Angela. We also don't even get the benefit from the Tech 2 or 3 from our elemental weapon. Rude. No sleeping on the job, Kevin. Man, they know who the most dangerous guy is in the town. Too bad we don't have multi-target Tinkle Rain. We actually might get this on the next level up. But in order to get the next level up, we need to level up. Anyways, this is Gildervine. Not a particularly dangerous boss. Just a little bit annoying. On the bright side, whoever this thing puts to sleep is no longer going to be poisoned, at least for the time being. Also, because he can't do his single target on this boss, he is always going to use the Suzaku's guidance as long as he tires the boss. Also, I'd like to point out, I didn't even increase anybody's physical attack strength. I don't think it's necessary, but we could do that in order to speed this up a little bit. That's not the target I expected you to attack, Angel. I'm fine with it, just surprised. There we go, more sky dances. That poor bee has no idea what hit it. There we go. No more minions, because it now turns into a big, gigantic hammer bean spewing plant. Also, I didn't switch their tech preferences back. Oopsie. Counter magic. I have bad news for you, good friend. A big friend. I'm not really using magic. I guess Angela functionally kind of uses magic. She enchants her staff to punch enemies really fast. I probably should heal. And we can instantly heal. It's basically like throwing a potos oil with Charlotte as a sage. Very convenient. A good night. I would actually be fine just still having Charlotte selected as my character, just let the other two work. Do you miss Kevin, or why are you doing this again? That's a lot of damage, 445 on Kevin. Anyways. One mini-boss down. I believe there are two more. Victory. Right. So, as fun as the Tech 3s are, they're also kind of interrupting our combat flow. So we're gonna tell everybody to only start using Tech 1 again. Plus Tech 1, if we use Moonsaber, they actually benefit from the Moonsaber enchantment, whereas Tech 2 and Tech 3 just don't. Moonsaber absorbs a little bit of HP from enemies, so we can functionally keep ourselves alive reasonably well by just using those. Alrighty. Corner number 4. Is that a switch over there that I need to step on? This looks like a switch on the ground. It is. Huh. Didn't actually remember that there were switches in this game. Also, I just held L in order to take over Charlotte and walked into the next room. Welcome to this place, I guess. We are now in Rolante Castle. We could just laser them. Then actually single target. Pew. 204, okay, so she's not weak to light. A hunter hand stab. I'm just chuckling at the game just having the enemies cast their sabers and then it just walk away. Wait, is this repeating? Do I actually have to fight everything? I know the staircase is long in Rolante, but am I supposed to fight everything? I think you're... Oh no, hey, there we go. Hey, Heath! Heath! He ran back downstairs. That's okay, we go upstairs. I guess this one is not a battle gauntlet. But, well, we dispelled another corner of the Mirage Castle. Three remain. Or 4? It might be 4. Alright, let's see what we find. So those camellias can jump down. I think we might have to beat them in order to pass through here. Because I don't see a way to go through here otherwise. Max HP down. How inconvenient. Alright, Charlotte levels up. Let's give her extra strength. Wait, no, that is Angela. Let's give her extra strength. Alright, Earthquake. All enemies learned. Let's see how that's gonna look. Also, in case you're curious, we could not actually use the point on intelligence, but we can use the point on strength for Kevin. And Charlotte levels up. Let's give her more spirit. Charlotte learned, I think, Tinkle Rain multi-target now. Yes, that is multi-target now. I guess we'll have to level up Angela quite a bit, because she has to get all the elemental spells multi-target before she gets the special spell. I don't even know if she gets a special spell. Oh, we are in Astora. The room in the top right looks like this. I think that's the only room in the game that looks like this. And look, ... All of the villagers are dead or something. You don't think you've ever seen this ending dungeon? It is a bit of an unusual choice to have Kevin and Charlotte's storyline be the main one. All things considered. Hello. Everybody just ... says. I believe we just leave the area. Oh, no, No, we don't. I have no idea what we do then. Maybe we need to talk to everybody at least once. Maybe that's it. There's a reasonable chance that this is the solution. We just need to dot everybody. Dougie. Oing. Something happened somewhere. I think we dotted everybody. Is this different now? It is. Hello. Trapped. Mr. Motti, why? Oh, he was used. You damage over time, everybody. Oh, .9. They were dead anyways. It's fine. Probably. But yeah, Mirage Palace is just kind of like thematically really fun as a place. I think it's really fascinating. Bloody dance. You're not healing yourself, are you? No, there's like a dude off screen that is healing this guy. How very inconvenient. Oh, I see. He basically lifts them up from the ground and then does that thing. Is what you're... Okay. Let's just leave. Having this other guy just heal from the sidelines is just rude. Oh, we're back over here. Wait, did we fulfill the thing from the other side then? Is that done now? Stop. You can heal that guy, that's fine. As long as you don't heal yourself. Alrighty, that guy's down. Excellent. Good news, everyone. Yeah, top left is done, so we just needed to do that sequence there in Mirage Astura. Alright. Let's see. We haven't actually seen this until now. Let me go ahead and multi-target Earthquake, because I kept forgetting about it. Alright, this is what multi-target Earthquake look like. Very much Earthquake now. Single target Earthquake doesn't necessarily look like Earthquake. This very much looks like Earthquake. They have special interaction? Oh, that guy is holy? He didn't take any damage from that. They have special interactions? Oh, still 0 on this guy, huh. I'm not sure what you might be referring to be honest. One of the nice things about remake, remaster, whatever you want to call it, is that they made spells actually quite useful. The offensive spells, at least. Healing spells and such were always useful. Instantly heals up all the damage. Like, it doesn't even have casting time, it just does that. Popcorn chocolate. Hey look, we're in the moon reading tower. Or at least that looks what it that is what it looks like. Which door do you pick? I have no idea whether it even matters. I will guess it doesn't. But I don't actually know. Oh hi, it does not matter. Unless I just accidentally picked all the correct choices. This guy is weak to ice. Now, there's actually a very good reason for you to not use your ice spells or ice elemental weapon in the very first battle against Genova here, the big chimney guy. And that is, sometimes the little shapeshifter guys can transform into an enemy that literally is immune against ice elements, so Kevin can actually not kill those guys anymore. Which is very inconvenient whenever that happens. Anyways, I'm just gonna do the Angela thing and just actually cast spells a lot for once. Which I recognize this is a very, like, normal thing for a lot of people to do, probably. But it is very unusual for me to, like, actually actively use those spells. But I feel like Angela has been putting in quite a bit of work over the last bit of gameplay, character development, whatever you want to call it. She gets a bit of time to shine for here. Like, genuinely, all I need to do is have Charlotte cast Ice Saber on Kevin, and then Kevin just punches this thing for 20 seconds and we win. But this is fine. Like, this is without Ice Saber. Kevin does 2 punches and deals the same damage as Angela's full spell. It's nuts. This is, again, less of a Angela is just weak, and more of a Kevin it might just be a bit stronger than he should be. Kind of thing. Alright, Charlotte is gonna take a nap, that's okay. Can't you just walk through Genova here? Was that in the Dark Castle? You can walk through Genova? I never heard of actually being able to just walk through Genova. I guess we don't walk through Genova here, huh? Is that a thing? Again, genuinely, oh wait, this is my last Angel's Grill. You can skip Genova in one of the fan dungeons by walking through the mouth. I've never heard of that one. Interesting. Also, let's just give Kevin Moon Saber so he deals, or heals from the damage he deals. Man, I can feel the increase of lag from Kevin's punches also healing him. Like, every time he punches, everything just stops for like a solid second before it continues processing. At least that's what it looks like. Oh, it just went. Right, that was boss, or mini boss number 2. There's one more. Do we level up? No level ups. To be fair, this might be one of the encounters where Seiryu Death Fist is absolute king. Because it just stops all enemies from whatever they're doing, executes Kevin's attack that will probably one-shot the little guys. And that seems like really strong. Poison? It's pretty rude. Alright. I would love to... I wonder what spell Archmage Angel I get, because I don't remember. Archmage. Alright. Angel would get the rainbow dust. But, well, she needs to get all of the other elemental spells multi-target first. So, Thunderstorm, Mega Splash, and Exploder. So I need at least 4 levels for Angela to get her final spell. That's the volcano dungeon? No, that's actually Gnome's place, so I guess we go to Jewel Eater. The up staircase closed. That's okay, we just want to go down. Tanker is next, you think? Huh. Different storylines have different mini-bosses for what it's worth. Tanker is in the Dark Castle for sure. I don't remember what's in the Dragon storyline in comparison. Also, wrong button. Before I forget, let's actually get the Angel's Grails back off our storage. Because I don't have any anymore, apparently. And now we have 8 again. Wait, that was just a trap. That was just a trap. Trapped. Well, you would think I'm trapped in here with them, but I can assure you it's very much the other way around. Kevin levels up. Or Vitality. Actually, let's give him Spirit. Actually, no, he doesn't learn any new spells anyways. Vitality it is. I was thinking maybe he can learn other spells, but I don't think he does. Wow. Just double punch them. And Angela levels up. Before Spirit, I guess. Thunderstorm, all enemies learned. And Charlotte. Do you learn anything new? Diamond Saber. Oh. Oh no. Charlotte is gonna learn all the Saber spells multi-target before she learns whatever her last spell is. So you also need level 45 on her. Well, I guess no time like the present to... Wait, that's a dead end too? Could get that anyways. Oh, just popcorn chocolate. Wait, that staircase is closed? Is this only open when there's enemies still around or what? Hold up. This is a weird place. Or do I have to backtrack even further? The staircase was closed after we defeated the enemies. So you have to specifically walk past enemies in order to proceed? That's such a... I didn't know this game did that. That's such a weird concept. You specifically have to not defeat the enemies in order to continue. Also, some people like that move. Oh, yeah, the staircase is broken down there. Wait, maybe just going back in here will do the same trick. No. Huh. That's so weird. So we have to just walk by it. Okay, now it's trapped. Okay. Okay. Also, we just learned Thunder, all enemies. Let's see how that looks. It's pretty neat. Let's do that again. I think I like the Earthquake single target the most of all her spells. You just toss a gigantic rock at the enemies, and I think that's kind of fun. Anyways, I know I have cleared this dungeon at some point, so if this is the way forward and the way you have to proceed, I wonder if I ever noticed that before, that you have to specifically not kill the enemies. There's a chest here? From within the box, a calamity was unleashed, but at the bottom there was a ray of light. What? I have absolutely no memory of this. Pandora's box, I suppose? Like, I think you have to do this in order to clear the palace, so I must have done this at some point. I just have absolutely no memory of this. Ah. Wonder if you can use a magic rope to get out of here. Anyways, I need experience anyways, so we're just gonna continue punching our way through. Or try to. So in order to defeat the big bad evil guys in this game, we have to open up Pandora's box. I mean, that's arguably fairly fitting, huh? Suzaku's guidance. Sometimes Kevin accumulates enough tech points to actually unleash that if he just hits a lot of enemies multiple times. He would actually, AI Kevin would not even use the Suzaku's guidance even if he has full tech points like that. I had to specifically like hold down the B button and switch over to Kevin temporarily in order to unleash it. But I just kind of feel like it makes so much sense to just use it. Oh no. Here it has become daytime again. I guess we spent that much time around here. You know, considering these are zombie dragons, I guess there's a decent chance they might be weak to holy. $471, yeah, I think they're pretty weak to holy. But they're also pretty weak to getting punched by Kevin, for what it's worth. But then again, all enemies are weak to getting punched by Kevin, so that's not exactly a fair description. Dinner is served. Swedish pancakes served with habanero-infused raspberry jam. What are Swedish pancakes? Anyways, that sounds fantastic. Can I have some? Because I'm getting hungry. We're missing one more. Do I need to do a thing? Oh, it just opens. Neat. Save your game? Sure. Let's see what we find here. Who is looming past the gate? Let me tell you, it's not me. I'm right here. It's more or less crepes. Crepes are amazing. I hope you enjoy your food. That sounds great. That's a weird place. I'm always wondering, considering that we are just haphazardly stepping through all sorts of teleporters and places in these video games, what if there was like a video game villain that, you know, just let the hero step onto a random teleporter and then just removes the way back? I feel like that would be pretty efficient to deal with most of the video game heroes, wouldn't it? At least I think it would be much easier than them trying to ruthlessly keep throwing the minions at us. Just for fun. Oh, there's more. I think there's more. Hundred hand stab. Oh, that was 2 enemies. Also, Charlotte, can you heal us, please? Thank you. These two running around poison really didn't help their health totals. Also, Kevin just lost all of his tech points. I did not press the B button. But one of my allies used tech points and the game somehow erroneously applied that to me instead. Why does it do that? That's a fantastic question I don't have an answer for. More strength for our sage. We have plenty of survivability. Right, Thunder Saber. Intelligence for Angela. Now have multi-target Mega Splash. I already have a pretty good idea on what that's gonna look like. Also, once again, my tech was just stolen by the other characters. Rude. You know, this is still not over now. Maybe it would be worthwhile to remove their poison sometime. Alright, let's actually do that. Because these two have just taken so much poison damage. Is this just an infinite battle room? Am I supposed to find an exit? I thought this would be like a gauntlet arena thing. And they still might attack again. Come on, skydance me. I'm holding down the B button. Nope, that is not a skydance. He just suplexed a sword. Ow. Oh. Charlotte can no longer heal. And we don't really have a way to do... Okay, using the illusion mirror was not the play here, huh? Victory! Okay, so you do... It is a gauntlet. That was a long one. I did not remember this. Then again, there's a lot of things I don't remember. Then again, I do remember. Oh, let's try. Ah, it's too early. I needed to be slightly later. I wanted to get the skull guys. The Grim Reapers. Okay, I think this is the room where there's like a singular chest with like an angel's grill in it, if I'm not mistaken. Somewhere around here. No, wrong one, Kevin. Eh. Dragon Breath. I didn't even use my special technique on you. Okay, it reduces our magic defense with that. Or well, offense too. Hey. Oh, we just fell down the hole. Into the bottom area. Trapped. Wow. Let's use standard multi-target because we have two machine guys here. Wait, they use Thunderbolt? And it silenced us, but Angela still continued casting her spell. That's cheating, Angela. You're not supposed to be able to do that. Man, these walls are weird in here. Normally Kevin just continues his walking cycle if he just continues walking. But for some reason, this wall here is special. I'm holding only up, like I'm not tapping anything. I'm just holding up and Kevin does this weird walking half cycle. It's really strange. Alright, we are outside of that weird house now. Wait, was I supposed to go through here? Hold up. No, this is where I came from. I don't remember this place much. I remember it exists, and I remember this is like one of the very, very, very few areas that actually has a treasure chest in it. With an item that you can pick up. It is so rare that this is specifically sticking out in my memory as a thing that happens here. No, wrong ability, Kevin. Man. He didn't even one-shot the succubus on the left side. While she reduced our maximum HP. Oh, there's switches here. What did they do? Who knows? That's just rude. I guess they just always do that when they wake up, huh? It was a lot of damage. They're called death machines. I feel like that name is well warranted, considering how much damage that just was on us. Actually, Mike the Scared. Okay, looks like we're fine. That was a lot of damage. I'm actually gonna heal up all the way to full, because these death machines feel like they're no joke. Alright, can we go through here now? Apparently we can go through here. And somebody dies. By the way, this can target enemies too. In this case, it decided that Angela needs to take a dirt nap. And unfortunately, I will not be able to save her, I don't think. Actually, maybe. Maybe I can. Because if she starts casting a spell, I can throw a healing item at her. And heal her that way, despite having taken 999 damage. The game still goes, oh yeah, she's casting a spell. She's totally available to be healed, even though she was technically dead. So basically the jank, where enemies don't realize that they're dead and they're supposed to be dead, it goes both ways. Oh no. But yeah, hey Angela, can you just tell us this to Kevin? Thank you. And Kevin is quote-unquote revived as well. And there goes my tech points. I think this is not that dangerous. 200 damage is quite substantial. Arguably dangerous. But if you use his Demon Breath beforehand to reduce our magic defense, and then use that one, I imagine that would hit pretty hard. Switch. A sound crying came from the left room. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? Who knows? What's up here? A Triforce. Save a game? Sure, why not? I'm just stumbling my way through this area. And we fell down. Yeah. I think the platform... Basically, we fell down here from entering the room on the left side earlier. And now the platform moved on that side. And now we fell down on this side. Which is kind of amusing to me. Anyways, use the sky dance. No, Kevin! That guy's gonna... Oh, he doesn't counter? I swear this guy counters. So maybe he doesn't specifically counter Tech 3. So I guess the enemies don't always counter your spells. Maybe it's a chance. Maybe they just only specifically counter specific things. Who knows? Anyways, let's get out of here, I guess. There's a lever here now. The switch disappeared. That's pretty rude. Okay, let's go back over to the left-hand side and enter from the left side where we originally fell down. Also, we've been in here for so long, Kevin is my werewolf again. There we go, Suzaku's guidance. Unfortunately, I didn't actually let Kevin get hit first, so this is not going to be as much damage as it could be. Ow. Jest? No jest. Ooh, death machines. We're leaving. Okay, this is the room where the carpet shifted, or well, the floor shifted. I guess we know we have entered from the left side. Let's see what's down here, maybe? Oh, the chest. This is the chest. I remembered. Too many items. Please store one of them first. It's a magic walnut. It's just a singular magic walnut, I think. all that trouble with switching the floor, going in from the correct side without falling down, and you get a nut. Just one nut. This is the chest I remembered. Wonderful. Alright. Still don't really know what else I'm supposed to do though. Flying item seeds. I found stones. They landed on my head. So I guess this is not where we go. So where do we want to go in this place? Wait, this is gonna let me fall down again, isn't it? I think I have an idea on where we wanna go. And this is a fine road to get there. Maybe not necessarily desirable, but it's gonna work just okay. Wait, I can't use the Suzaku's guidance when I'm silenced? Wow. They silenced my techniques. Crazy people. Anyways, Kevin gets more vitality. Maybe I should invest into intelligence to reduce spell damage against him. But I guess that's gonna be the stats afterwards. Guess no more switch here. That is just laughing at us this time. So let's enter here? No, wait, up here. Yeah, the death machine didn't immediately silence us for once. How nice of you. Alright, Angela. 20 intelligence. She learned explosives to hit all enemies with. Charlotte, you can have more spirit. That's fine. And she learned Ice Saber for all allies. That's the second saber, she gets 2 more. And then she gets a new spell. Well, I think she gets a new spell. I'm actually not sure. I didn't look that one up. I just assume she does. Alright, so we're back here. Let's flip that switch back to its original position. What's down here? Have I been down here? Oh, that's the main entrance. Do we want to go through here now? No, this is just back on the back side again. Wait, where am I supposed to go here? I thought I had an idea on where to go. Evidently, I was mistaken. Huh. There were more switches to the right of here, were there not? Let's see. Got it. Mr. Death God. Kind of funny how we also got the Angel's Grail from that chest. Very thematically appropriate. Well, that death machine didn't immediately silence us. How nice of you. There's nothing down here. Where were these switches? Oh, in here. This is now back the switches in their original position. Is there anything different here? Still from the left room. So I think what we need to do is we need to put the switches on the right here in whatever the correct position is. Both down, both up are both wrong. Because one of them is the initial position, which I highly doubt is the correct one. But both down is also wrong, so... Ow. Greetings, welcome back to you, Thalphon. Hope you're doing well. So I will guess I need to flip one of these switches down, but not both. And then, honestly, my best guess is in the basement, because there was that fake switch in the basement earlier. So maybe there's a real switch now. Ha! The sound came from upstairs. Because that made sense, I guess. Like in some twisted kind of way, that did make sense. Alright, so let's leave the switches the way they were for now. Come on, skydance me. I'm pretty sure this can hit enemies, but so far they just refuse to get hit by this. Maybe it's kind of rare, maybe it's just getting unlucky. Who knows? Okay. Can go through here now. You can actually see the floor being like slightly brighter, as if there's like a passageway. Which just makes sense for this castle, I guess. So basically, you get up here, you instantly spot that done, because at this point you've been running for a while here. Okay, what do we find? Oh, Charlotte is out of MP. Well, good thing we found that one magic walnut earlier. Still amusing to me. You can go through all the trouble to get that chest, and it's just a singular magic walnut. You know, if it was at least like a weapon armor seed, that would have been neat. Hey look, those are very happy pillars. Look at them smiling. Oh, nice. Oh, it's Gurva. The fluffy ghost. I didn't actually say that the first time through, but this guy is just a gigantic, big, happy, fluffy ghost. And I think that is fantastic. Anyways. We're gonna let Charlotte and Angela deal with this guy. It's gonna be a bit slower than just punching with Kevin, but honestly, I think it is thematically appropriate. You can fight him with 3 party members now, indeed. Gorva is tweeting his own horn. He does occasionally. We actually might have to let him survive for a little while longer just so he can toot his horn, because we didn't get to see that the first time through with his ghost street. Also, I guess lasers are better. Lasers! I have no idea how much HP he has. Probably like 20-30,000. Silence. Wow, that's kinda rude. You silenced the one person that can remove silence. There it is. Ghost root. Dude. Ow. I thought this was a timed ability, but I guess not. Yeah, unfortunately Charlotte can no longer do anything. Maybe we do want the Pui Pui grass to remove status effects. Oh, look, we have a weapon and armor seat. It heals everybody for 50 HP. That's so not worth it. Yeah. Suzaku's guidance. It's always gonna be Suzaku's guidance here because he cannot suplex the boss. Which, you know, 7 is clearly the better boss killer, considering he can suplex a lot of bosses. And we absolutely wanna keep at least one person alive, so make it Angela. The other 2 can take a nap from now, until Charlotte can heal again. Black Curse. I believe this one inflicts literally every status debuff. Magic down, defense down, attack power down. Oh, that reminds me. Oh, I don't have any Sahagin skills. I should have grabbed Sahagin skills to increase Angela's spell power. A ghost is not an honorary train. Nope. He is indeed not. Oh, there we go. Angela basically just laser, laser caution him. Good job, Angela. Victory. An exit opened up. Wait, I just realized on how much MP Charlotte has. We healed so much throughout running through that castle that we used up all of her MP earlier. That's crazy. Anyways, before I go on, let's do 2 things. 1, put the weapon armor seat back into the inventory because people are gonna get upset at me if I keep using them for healing. And also get the Sahagin skill out. In the meantime, what else can we do? Bottle of ashes. Oh, doesn't bottle of ashes... Wait. That is a Charlotte item, right? Charlotte, in one of her final dark transformations, can use the dark curse to reduce the buffs, well, reduce all the stats on the boss, or the enemy in general. Oh, also I will forget about that if I don't do this now. Let me also go and get, we don't need honey drinks. Let me also get the moon coin out, which I would like to use against the final boss, whenever that's gonna happen. And we're gonna grab the pui pui grass, because it has been like, or would have been used for like 5 times now. Maybe eventually I should take the hint and actually have that available. Alrighty. Stomp onto the carpet until it teleports us out into the future, or something like that. What's over here? Who knows? Oh, we are on the top floor now of the building. I like the aesthetics of this building. It's kind of ethereal, mystical, fun. I don't know how you would describe it, but it's kind of... it's neat. Nice color too. But then again, the color might just mostly be in the lighting. Maybe the Mirage Palace is just generally purple. Good luck. Thank you for the good luck. Let's grab the carpet on the right. Let me guess, it's just a 50-50 which one I'm supposed to take, and if I take the wrong one, I have to walk all the way back here. Yep. It was left side. I lost one 50-50. How many 50-50s can I lose in a row? Oh, wait, it's just one. Oh boy. Heath, why are you helping someone like him? Charlotte don't like you like this, Heath. What happened to you? Such youthful vigor. You defeated the god beasts. For that you have my praise. Thanks to you, their energy is now absorbed into the Sword of Mana. Eternal life, power surpassing that of the goddess herself. It will soon be mine. Look at that statue face in the background. That looks kind of funky too. The sword, stop! No, not the sword. The sword is gone. Its power now rests in me. What's happening? The light. I can feel it burning me. Goddess, that could only be you. I was hoping it wouldn't come to this, but I'll chop down the mana tree if I have to. Goddess, hear me. Victory will not be yours. I'll see you at the Holy Land. Oh no, Mana Goddess. We will not let you interfere with the masked mage. You will die. Heath, wakey wakey, it's me, Charlotte. Don't you remember? Charlotte? Irrelevant. You will die. Heath, no! Your life will end here. Ah, why do I have to fight Heath? Stop! And the music is just so good for this. Jormungand. That is one of Rise's final abilities, isn't it not? Poisoned. Rude. Hello, Pyrohedge. What final classes did we end up with? We have Sage, for Charlotte, we have Archmage for Angela, and we have Dervish for Kevin. Alright, let's try to hit Heath, I guess. Let's actually see, do you have a lot of magic defense by chance? Let's try to laser you. He also looks very much like a zombie, I would like to point out. 329. Actually, I think that is good damage. Let's try Earthquake. See if that's the same. Black Curse. Oh, that's just rude. But I can increase her spell power back up to normal. Her defenses physically are still gonna be weak, but this might be fun. Big rock to face. 366, so I think he may be weak to Holy. Freya. We get to see all the cool spells that Reese can learn. The thing is, Reese's spells are exclusive to each other with all of the, like, various job classes. So you only ever get to see one, unless you reset for changing job class to a different one and do a second playthrough with the other side. It's kind of neat to see those. He also has Heal Light. Wow. I guess that makes sense. Ow! This guy is like a truck. Archmage equals Darks. Sage equals Dark, Dervish equals Light, yes. So we have Dark Light Kevin, we have Light Dark on both Angela and Charlotte, if I'm not mistaken. Actually, I think he counterspells me, doesn't he? Because I cast spells on him with Angela, he just counterspells me. So I should not cast spells on him. Which, you know, a bit unfortunate. Anyways, no black curses allowed, please. Kevin can finally do something again. Ooh. Is that Valkyrie? I didn't get to read the text. Silence. Well. Good thing we have the Pui Pui grass now, I guess. Marduk. Interesting. Marduk. What is Marduk? Because that's not the first time I encountered that name. Alright, I can't use my technique. How inconvenient. You know what I should do? I should increase at least Kevin's attack power. So we hit a little bit harder. And remove the debuff so we can actually use our techniques. You appreciate how this game actually has you fight the character sprite you've seen throughout the game. He is an honorary ghost train. Rather than having them randomly transform into something else. Yeah, I mean, there is like a spectacle to them transforming into a mighty, gigantic, strong creature, right? But at the same time, this feels more appropriate because this is like the most difficult battle Charlotte will have to do in the entire game. That includes the final boss. She has no problem punching that other guy. What the heck is this about? That's just a lot of damage. She has no trouble punching the Archmage, but she has a lot of trouble punching Heath. Trying to spank him to get sense back into him. Not the person I wanted to select. Black Curse and Angel again. Well, suppose that's fine. We're going to actually increase attack power for Angela too, why not? That way we remove your damage down debuff. And you might actually deal some substantial damage with your stick. 15! You know, it is technically 15 times more than before. If you think about it that way. Chariot. What makes this battle so difficult? If you don't have enough healing and status recovery, I guess it could be kind of tricky. We actually control Charlotte instead. Have Kevin do his own thing. He also likes to just jump backwards many times. Like, Kevin has trouble keeping up with him for what it's worth. Oh, I said this is harder than the final boss. That's why you asked. Oh, I didn't mean gameplay-wise. I meant story-wise. Well, I guess probably both story and gameplay-wise for Charlotte here. Like, this is not mechanically a particularly challenging fight with our setup that we have. It's more that Charlotte needs to punch the living daylights out of her trusted friend, guardian. Kind of like, I imagine he's a bit of a parental figure to her too, for what it's worth. Like, that's kind of what I was referring to. Kind of like the most difficult part about... I'm actually not gonna spoil it. But there is like one part that is rather difficult in the newest mana game, Visions of Mana. And right after the boss fight, I went like, well, now comes the difficult part, because we kind of had anticipated what would happen in the next cutscene. Again, keeping it super vague. Heath! What is this place? Heath, don't talk. Don't worry about me. Hurry to the Holy Land. Stop the masked mage. Heath, I can't leave you. Charlotte, listen. You have to do this. Long ago in Wendell, there was a girl with an incurable disease. Light magic had no effect on it. My father, Belgar, wanted to cure her at any cost, so he began a long intensive study of the forbidden dark magics. Sadly, the girl died before he could find a cure, but his study of dark magic continued. In time, he found an incredible spell which could reanimate the dead girl. The people of Wendell began to fear Belgar. They even called him the Priest of Darkness. Afraid that the city of Wendell would become cursed, the Priest of Light exiled Belgar. The darkness eventually took over him, twisting and corrupting his mind and body. He has worn the mask ever since, to hide his true self. My magic was too weak to save him. I became a victim of his evil plan. Charlotte, goodbye. I know you can do it. Save the world from darkness. Heath, no! May the goddess bless you all. Well, I guess it's time to spank his father. If I understood that correctly. Flamesaber. Dervish. They just threw out that the guy could reanimate the dead and then never do anything with it. Is that the plot point from earlier in the story? Maybe it explains the zombies in the world? I don't think they do explicitly anything with it, for what it's worth. Alrighty, Angel has learned the Rainbow Dust. Charlotte just needs one more spell. Or one more level to learn her spell, I think. Alrighty, it is time to leave for the Mana Holy Land. Before that, let's go and restock real quick. Where can we do that? I think it works here. I guess we could use honey drinks. I'm too lazy. Alright, let's go and save. Check out Rainbow Dust, because I think that's decently strong. Wait, before we do this, also, let's give the weapon armor seeds a try. We get another moonflower, that's the second one. That doesn't help us. And another ruby band, we also have one of these already. That's a shame, no new weapons or armor for us. Alrighty, into the final section. So here's the thing, I'm actually very hungry right now, like, I probably should take a break and eat something, so before we venture into the Mana Holy Land, I'm gonna take a quick break and eat a little bit of something. Look at the Mana Holy Land, it's a little bit Twilight dark. The convenient part is that Kevin is now always going to be in his werewolf form in here. Well, we have arrived at, but it's basically going to be the end. But before we have the end, there's still some difficulties to overcome. Alright everybody, I'm gonna take a break, get up, stretch, walk around for a few minutes, 15 to 20 minutes, and eat something, and then we'll come back and go and spank his father or something like that. Bye. Alrighty, I'm back. Good morning, good evening, and good afternoon. Hello. Alrighty. Also, Kron, I wish you all the best as well, and thank you. Alrighty. Let's see where we're gonna go next. It is in here. And they're shapeshifters. Also, you might think, oh, these things look a lot like Shadow Zeros. They are not Shadow Zeros. Also, we have Rainbow Dust. Always hits all enemies, apparently. So, let's see. It's a pretty lengthy casting time. about 600 damage to all of the enemies. That's actually not bad. Beautiful lengthy animation. Oh, it actually just one-shots all enemies. Wow, okay. That is better than I expected it to be. So, let's just do that again, because we can. Afterwards, we open up the menu. So the enemies realize, oh wait, I'm not supposed to shapeshift, I'm supposed to be dead. Like that. I'm not joking, by the way. The game would just let them probably continue living if I didn't open the menu. Actually, let's just test that theory. I bet some of them will continue living if I don't do that. Yes, the shapeshifters get back to their full HP when they shapeshifts. Oh, okay. They didn't get their XP back in this case, so I guess the game recognized them being dead beforehand. But yes, if the shapeshifters successfully shift shapes, then they get whatever HP the shape they shifted into has. That is much more difficult to say than I anticipated it would be. More shapeshifty guys. You can take them down with Kevin's physical attacks, but honestly, normally they just keep shifting shapes, and if they just feel like it, they can shift shapes 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, however many times they just feel like. But this seems to be actually a reliable way of just taking them down. That is unusual. Also, Shadow Zero. This thing is dangerous. Because what does it do? We saved before coming here, right? So we're probably fine. Anyways, Shadow Zero. This thing will absolutely murder us if it transforms into Kevin. So the Shadow Zero transforms into one of your party members, and then will just use your own, like, Tech 3 against you. For Angela, it's not a big deal. Like, it's a lot of damage. But it's not, like, devastating, if you will. Because it's only single target. I guess this is the one benefit of having mostly characters that have mostly single target attacks. But if it transforms into Kevin and uses the Saku Skydance against us, then we're in big trouble. Anyways, I'm actually positively surprised. That these guys do recognize that they're supposed to be dead after taking the damage. That is very nice of them. Anyways, onwards to whichever pastures we're gonna go. We still want to get one more level so Charlotte gets her spell as well. I have no idea what the spell is, so I'm curious. Well, I assume she gets a spell. Maybe she doesn't. But if she does, she should get it now, I think, because she has all allies, all allies, all allies, all sabers, and all healing items, so none of her current spells can be upgraded anymore, so if she learns something, it will be new. The nice thing is, because this is always targeting all enemies, even the guy that was not initially being targeted will get targeted. This is kind of different than Secret of Mana, where you specifically need to target the enemies, and if they were not on screen before you started casting the spell, they will not take damage. This is different here. Oh, wow, okay. Apparently that costs a lot of MP. I actually didn't realize that. Huh. How many magic walnuts do we have? Realistically, we don't need pot oil. Magic Walnut, we have 11 total. Then again, I just remembered. Hold up. I'm gonna come back for you guys in just a moment. Give me one moment. There's a full heal right here. No need to use items. Hey Yaga, are you always this stingy with your supplies? Not always, but usually. You were super paranoid about magic walnuts, then you ended the game with over 40 of them. They're also pretty cheap to buy in this game, so I say if you need them, just use them. Unless there's a save statue in the next screen or something. That's kind of like the one exception, I guess. Anyways, we need Charlotte to learn her last spell, so we're just gonna keep taking these guys out. There is one mandatory battle to the left of here in this entire area. All of the other ones, you can just walk by them and ignore them. Man, this is so nice taking them out like this. This is very unusual to me. Just one spell and they go down. I guess Angela's spells end up being actually quite nice. A path opened up. This was the mandatory battle I was referring to. I think there might be 2 Shadow Zeros over here, if I'm not mistaken. No, those are not Shadow Zeros. Just more shapeshifters. Your party's only real MP expenditure was Kevin's single target heal. I see. It's a nice heal to have if you have no others. I guess these enemies don't drop anything, huh? I was hoping I might be able to scroll like a third one on screen, walking up during the spellcast, but apparently not. Alright, Kevin levels up, which means the others are soon to follow. Intelligence for magic, or well, elemental magic defense to be specific. Just leave that one guy by his lonesome self. No, wrong spell. This one. And Charlotte gets her next spell. Let's give her intelligence, because her damage might be relying on intelligence. Saint Beam. Is that your ability, or do you get something else, Charlotte? Do we need to grind some more? Really? Saint Beam. The thing Angela learned many ages ago. One enemy. Yes. This is all Charlotte gets. Wow. That's kind of rude. She doesn't get anything else. Alrighty, well, we're gonna knock out one more set of enemies so Angel also gets her level. Did I just look it up to verify? Yes. I was going to be curious. Alrighty, let's see what it is without looking it up. But I have the thing open on the side because I was looking up what the names were for the other job classes so I could put them into the straw poll. So it was easy for me to just briefly look over and see what it is. But that's all Charlotte gets. Sadness. Oh well. You know, arguably, her most powerful is not an offensive spell anyways. Her most powerful is healing her friends. Which, if you think about it, in a sense, she's kind of casting Kevin over and over again, because he just keeps punching things. Alrighty. Vitality for you. Let's go. We're gonna ignore these guys. We are 5 levels lower than them, but that's okay. We don't need that many levels. Here, I think. Alrighty, we have arrived, everybody. And the tree is indeed chopped down. You're too late. The goddess of mana is dead. How could you? Oh, how painful for you. The mana tree is gone, and you have nothing left to protect. But don't worry, you can always protect me as my own undead servant. I can't let you do that. Fairy. Oh, nobody likes me. Choosing death rather than being my protector. No matter. Even without servants, I still hold the greatest power in the world. Wait, even if they choose death, they are still gonna be your servants though, right? Anyways. And oh, how I've waited for this day. Underneath this mask is all hatred towards humanity. They put on the mask to hold it all back until the time came. And that time has arrived. Time to release my hatred. The humans who exiled me. They will die. Observe my true form. The Dark Lich reveals its hidden identity. With this spell, I have overcome death, and I shall overcome all human opposition. You three will have the honor of being the first to die. What? That's it. Even if the mana tree withers and mana disappears, we will never give up. Long after I'm gone, Charlotte and the others will create a new world, even without mana. Charlotte, Angela, and Kevin fight for the future. Mana will live on inside your hearts. You fools. Only the Sword of Mana has enough power to stop me.
and it's gone. Your last avenue of victory lost. Succumb to my power.
The Sword of Mana was not lost, can't you see? It's inside Charlotte and the others. As long as they're here, the Sword of Mana, their hope will never be lost.
I'll wipe you out. I'll wipe out hope till it never returns. Now, feel the wrath of your new god.
Alrighty, welcome to this big annoyance. We're gonna do Kamen no Doshi. Okay, I cursed him, his defenses are not done. Then we increase our magic defense on Kevin, while simultaneously giving him a damage boost, thanks to, well, the nature of this. Give Angel a magic defense boost as well as offense. Dark Force. And the one person I haven't increased the magic defense for is Charlotte. Yeah, she didn't actually take that much damage. With her high spirit, she basically tanks these all day. Righty. Go, Kevin. Punch him. Even Angela actually hits 61s on this guy. Let me actually go ahead and increase her damage even further. We're gonna punch this guy. As Charlotte would put it, we're gonna spank you until you give up. I could cast spells with Angela, but this feels thematically appropriate. Everybody hits over 100 damage each. That's a lot. We can also increase our physical defense, because that was a physical attack of his. But I think the other two are probably gonna be fine. As long as Charlotte survives, she will keep everybody else alive. Who else faces Dark Glitch as the final? Kevin. Yes, Angela and the Runner Dragon. Lise and Hawk are the other guy. Oh, it's watery. Bloop, bloop. Hey, actually, I wonder, do you take extra fire damage during this? Wow, poison bubble. That is not nice of you. $878. Yes, he does take extra fire damage. That's amazing. I didn't realize he actually literally shifted his element. Wait, this means we can give Kevin... Actually, we can give everybody fire weapons. Cold Blaze. Ow. Oh, he hit himself to heal himself with that. Buddy, one punch from Kevin will just undo all that healing. You should have directed this towards us. And again, one could argue that is equally fruitless. Boom, boom, boom. Almost 600 damage. Okay, that is Leaf Blade. He will absorb mana now. Death Ecstasy. What's that? Whoa. That looks very fancy, but one heal light of Charlotte and it's all back to normal. Oh look, hey Angela, do you think he likes ice now? I bet he doesn't like ice now. Mega Splash. sink me. Okay, that's the one target that probably takes the most damage from that, and it's not even that much. Actually, are you... Is this wind? This might be wind. Like, I thought this was desert heat, but it might be wind. No, he absorbs that, so it is actually. Wait, did he remove my buffs? Because Angela is not dealing nearly as much damage as she did with her previous spell. He might have actually dispelled me with that big move earlier. Let's see. Nope, still the same. Oh, I forgot. I have this for you. Oh, common node, which is the name of his. Mooncoin. This reduces his maximum HP by 20% and would reduce his current HP by the same amount if he was still at max HP, so I used this way too late. Anyways. Thanks, Saber. Wait, he didn't absorb fire just now. Does that mean maybe this is Earth? Maybe this is Earth. Maybe a thunderstorm would be the way to go. Could it be that this is light, not fire? No, it is Earth, apparently. Because that was almost 900 damage from Angel Lake. Interesting. Makes sense since he absorbed Earthquake, yeah. My initial thought was he's just gonna absorb every element he's not specifically weak to. But that does not appear to be the case. Anyways, just gonna indulge in Angela absolutely dunking on this guy. He thinks he's a powerful mage and spellcaster. Guess what? Angela is stronger. Prisoner? Wait, that's a problem. Don't have poop. Do I have poop your grass? Anyways, everybody's moving now. Okay, I have. We're fine. I forgot you could do that. That is pretty rude if you ask me. So I think he's dark now. Yeah, I was just gonna heal up again. Who would have known? Medical herbs are actually extremely useful in this route. Wait, a single punch of Kevin is 500 damage right now? That's just crazy. Actually, Kevin. Here. No, I want Kevin's menu. Kevin. Give this to Angela. Because if she has Moon Saber, her physical attacks are gonna actually heal her. Well, unless Lich is gonna reverse that. Let's see if this even works. Uh-oh. Welcome to phase 2. The defense is up. Oh no. I don't have another one of these reduced stats thing. I love the music in this. What I will say is my favorite phase transition from phase 1 to phase 2 on this boss, on the final boss fight, is from the Archdemon. Because it physically also changes how it looks. Hey look, Angela, do you think he likes fire right now? I have the slight suspicion the answer is no. He also looks like he's behind the water. Can I hit him? I can hit him. Actually, we have ice weapons right now, so that's... I need to switch that over real quick. Kevin, don't hit him. Kevin, stop healing him. I guess the downside of using elemental weapons, huh? And he goes down. Alrighty, everybody. This was Trials of Mana, also known as Seiken Densetsu 3, and originally some people called it Seeker of Mana 2. All of these are appropriate titles, I would argue. And this was just one of the storylines. There are 2 other ones that, if you have never played the game, maybe check them out. I'm immortal, I can't die. No. Fairy, thank you for not losing hope. But the mana tree is dead. Mana is gone from this world. I'll disappear along with you. Along with it, I didn't know you for very long. But thank you for everything. No! Don't go! No, don't worry. I will return someday. As the new goddess. Really? The fairy is the mana tree seed, and she meets the 3 heroes who believe in her. She will become the new goddess. Remember me. Make sure your children remember. Walk beside me. Because 1,000 years from now, Mana will return to your world. It is time for us to say goodbye. Let the sword of Mana shine upon your souls. Remember me, walk beside me. Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking, since I just recently-ish played Legend of Mana. Now another playthrough freeze. Maybe one day again. Beast King for Carl, my son. Such anger, but without discipline. Carl? Carl alive, but why? The wolf pup's death was an illusion. The dark magic was responsible for it. Beast King, You were weak ever since childhood. Perhaps because you lacked your mother's care. But an anger is a powerful tool. With it, you can overcome almost any weakness. Our race was once weak. Under my leadership, our anger has become our strength. Now you, Kevin, on your way to independence, show me your strength. Fight for what you believe in, Kevin. I'll do it. And then someday, take over throne. Your will is strong, but you cannot defeat me yet. Now go. Carl and me, friends! And now everyone's calls friends. Yay. Everyone more and more friends. Hurrah! Mother! Angela, what's going on? Did you sneak out of Jose's class again? You're the heir to the throne of Altena. You really should know better. I know it must be difficult for you not being able to use magic, but don't worry. Every day I say a prayer to the goddess, in the hope that you'll learn magic one day. Mother. What's wrong, Angela? She remembers nothing. Are these your friends? Senile? No, she was corrupted. Did that really happen? I don't recall any of it. This is quite a shock. I can't believe I do such a thing, even under Coran's spell. Angela, forgive me. Mother, it's okay. I'm glad you're back to normal now. Thank you, Angela. Charlotte, you're safe. Grandpa, thank the goddess. What would I have done? Grandpa, you okay? Keith's shadow visited me one night. He traded his soul to cure my illness. I told him not to throw his life away, but he said he'd rather die than let the evil control him. Keith. Keith, why did you have to die? Why? Charlotte! What? Keith, why? It was the right choice, and for my sacrifice, the goddess saved me. She gave me her life, so that I might continue my work and save other troubled souls. Charlotte? Don't worry, I'm not going anywhere. Now, wipe away those tears. Just more come out. do like my cheesy happy endings. And this is one of them. It's not all happy. Not everything went back in order, if you will. But at least a lot of them. You do find it interesting on Charlie's usefulness. You always heard she was the worst character of the 6. They might be referring to her very childish accent in the official translation, possibly. Anyways, she is incredibly good for like just keeping your entire party alive like this. Even the like default speedrun route uses Charlotte in order to just heal. Like, it is so incredibly powerful because you save so many like resources just having a little healer along the way that helps you. Charlotte is just pot to oil. No, she has become pot to oil, but yes. She's a very powerful pot to oil because you don't have to keep going back into your storage and replenishing it. It was mostly because there are so many healing items in the game and those instant casts without delay. I mean, yeah. Like, you can absolutely replace Charlotte if you want to. The fastest speedrun route uses Angel, if I'm not mistaken, instead of Charlotte, just for her occasional higher magic power to knock over some enemies with elemental coins. At least I think that's how it works. Like, you do not need Charlotte, but it's really convenient to just have her. She just keeps your party alive for such a long time, very easily. As you can see, in the final boss fight, we were never in any danger. Also, I do think it is quite interesting with the Beast King, or the King of Beasts, Kevin's father. Of all the, let's say, quote-unquote evil factions, the Thief Guild of Navarre, as well as the Mages of Altena, they were basically being corrupted by some outside influence. Corin was corrupting the Queen of Altena, effectively controlling her, and the thieves were basically controlled by Jagan and Bijou. However, the Beast King, he was not actively being controlled by the Death Jester. Like, the Death Jester probably thought he was just playing the Beast King, and realistically he kinda was. But at the same time, he was never like out of his mind. He was just looking for a way to, well, cure the weakness, quote unquote, with Kevin. Whether his methods were all that great, I'll leave up to your interpretation. But he actively was probably responsible for Carl not actually dying, because I bet the Death Jester would have just killed him anyways. So it must have been the Beast King that actively like denied that part of the contract, or whatever you want to call it. The thing is, the game isn't that wildly hard, any combination is fine. That can sometimes make healing feel unimportant, because if nothing else is necessary, people often prefer to stack more damage. Yes, that is a fair way of thinking about it. Also, in chat right now, Yagabot just shouted it out, there's a straw poll. We do currently have more games to play in December. Tomorrow I will take a break day because I kind of need a bit of a break. And then afterwards we'll continue. Probably with Final Fantasy V, that one is just set in stone. However, what we play after Final Fantasy V, you can still vote for. We currently have actually pretty tight race between the top votes. And also, before I continue talking, just listen. The end. I just really enjoy on how, like, the music just kind of tinglings along. I don't know what you call that. And then just resolves in that very pleasant The End tune. It's so nice. Can you put your donations, Skies of Arcadia? Yes, you can. For that matter, if anybody has donated before, if you'd like to put your donation towards something, if you haven't yet, feel free to let me know and we can just do that. I think you donated 50, right? Yes. Thank you so much, John Ozer. I will put that to Skies of Arcadia, which is now actually in the lead for what it's worth. Alrighty. Let's just head over to the current standings, I guess. So this is the current standing without today's straw poll, by the way. I will always count up the straw poll votes at the end of the day. Well, technically, when I wake up tomorrow. But the straw poll is basically every day there's one, and you can just put your votes towards a particular game you'd like to see. Not all the games are gonna get played, there's just not that much time in December. But I will try my best not to dawdle around too much during the games. But at the same time, I do enjoy just kind of smelling the flowers of various games. So, we'll see. Then also, the schedule. Tomorrow, I will be taking a break. This might be a bit small, huh? Can I just make this larger? Sure, I guess this kind of works. Right, tomorrow will be a bit of a break. Then we will probably play Final Fantasy V. It kind of depends. I assume BGTO2 as well as 7 Sins are going to arrive at Final Fantasy V by that time. And we're just going to play whatever their rule set is. As usual, I just kind of like to accompany them during the Final Fantasy Fiesta that they have every year during Final Fantasy V, because that's just the Final Fantasy game that I just know the most, and I just enjoy having a reason to play it again. You're probably going to play the Pixel Remaster, which is my least favorite version, but I still like it. It's just kind of nice to play like different version at times. I wonder if they're going to play the PlayStation version sometime. Anyways, that's the schedule. And my least favorite part. I kind of basically explained as to what was happening during the very first stream of December. And I feel like I should probably try do that again, since it's been a week. So, I'm just gonna read from my donation detail thingy. So, if you haven't seen that yet, or if you have already read that, it's just gonna be more or less me rehashing that. But if you haven't seen that yet, the annoyingly large donation bar is there for a reason. That reason might be it's kind of, I guess you could say, a little bit of a Hail Mary for me for whether I really should continue full-time streaming, because it's the way I played it so far, let's put it this way, just not sustainable. Anyways, I just keep getting sidetracked. Let me just read this out at this point. Unfortunately, the number for the donation total is absurdly high. I would love for it to be more reasonable, but it includes a year of bills and a year of rent. And I would like to add to that an extremely cheap rent. To be transparent, when I moved back to Switzerland after a long time abroad, I moved back in with my parents, and the deal we struck was that I would contribute about 400 Swiss francs as rent every month, and that's extremely cheap. For all the food and necessary other various stuff I basically get for free along the way. The truth is, after my mental breakdown about 2-ish years ago, in 2023, I couldn't even really afford the rent money anymore. So to make a long story short, I was brutally introduced to the concept of panic attacks. Without having experienced them beforehand, I had no idea what was happening, which resulted in a feedback loop of giving me even more fuel for the panic attacks. I have been recovering since, even if it's still an ongoing process. But of course that still took a toll. My streams have been increasingly more erratic and frequently with long breaks in between. Partially that's because I have less energy, and partially this has been because I've been also trying to branch out and learn new skills, mostly video editing related. I'll get to that actually. I'm just trying to interrupt myself already, sorry. Thanks to the people that have been and are still subscribed on Twitch, as well as the Patreon supporters, at least I was able to pay the monthly insurance and other necessity bills so far. For reference, insurance is mandatory in Switzerland. You couldn't even, not pay health insurance if you wanted to, which is arguably a good thing. Anyways, that's besides the point. However, especially, the Twitch subscriber numbers have dwindled to a fraction of what it once was in the past. It's only natural with my erratic stream times and content. And I want to make sure you know that I don't blame anyone for being not subscribed or not a Patreon anymore. Quite the opposite, in fact. If you have ever been a subscriber or a patron at some point, I would like to thank you. As someone with low self-esteem issues, I'm consistently blown away by how generous people have been. So, I am not in any financial debt, but as of this month, my bank account is now truly empty. Or well, it was at the beginning of the month, I guess. And that's how we arrive at this frankly insane donation goal still. To be honest, I don't feel like I'm worth that much, and as such would be more shocked if we reach any of the milestones, but just in case we do, at $5,000 reached, I would finally put a finishing touch on the Final Fantasy V solo character chop challenges series. This includes redoing the 3 or so runs that are missing video proof in some segments. I think it's Black Mage Knight and something else that's missing. At $10,000, I continue streaming in 2026. That's basically my cutoff threshold. Anything below that and, well, anyways. In 2026, if we reach that, I would also have proper scheduling, kind of like here in December, so people will know when and what I'm streaming. Because if I'm not sticking to a schedule, how would, people know when I'm streaming something, I guess. It just makes sense. Also, I don't even know what would be worth $15,000, so I don't know, maybe Final Fantasy Marathon 1-16, finally finished the Crystal Project Solo Hard Mode Chaos Mode monster video. Anyways, if we don't reach any of the milestones, well, I promised my father I would look for a regular, more stable job by January 2026. And if my brief contract as a QA tester is anything to go by, I probably won't have much energy to stream on the side. I'll still try the occasional thing here or there, but it wouldn't be a priority anymore. So, one way or another, December 2025 will either be a new beginning for consistent streams, or the end of a pleasant dream. And for that matter, a dream I'm thankful for being allowed to have had for over 10 years now. Thank you. And that's that. Anyways, thanks everybody. And that's that. Tomorrow is a break day for me. I could use that. And then we probably play Final Fantasy V. If you don't know the game, I have the habit of just explaining everything as I go. So, you might get introduced to the game. And other than that, make sure to vote on the straw poll, as mentioned before. Basically every stream day is a new straw poll, so if you have voted yesterday, make sure to vote today as well, because that's a different straw poll each time. There will not be a straw poll tomorrow when it's a break day, just as a heads up, because I don't think it would be fair towards the people that don't wanna go into Discord and dig out the straw poll there. So, just gonna be nothing tomorrow, but that's that. Anyways, thank you so much, everybody. I hope you had a wonderful time. Thank you so much for watching. Thank you so much for listening and for lurking. I hope you enjoyed your stay. I hope you enjoyed being around, and well, hopefully, until next time, take care and have a good night. And thank you kindly. Again, being allowed to stream for over 10 years is basically my full-time job. Sure, I haven't exactly earned much more than just about enough to cover the bills, but it's still been kind of a dream come true, so I appreciate you guys allowing me to live that one for quite a while.